Hi. For those of you familiar with the goings-on in this base, what you see before you may seem unusual. This is not how I had my mechanisms. What could possibly be going on here? Well, I'll tell you. Here's the story. Once upon a time, I was doing my normal thing, being like, ooh, look, it's Greg. I can play that. Let's do a little bit of base management. And just sort of sat there and idled while all the aluminum was EBFing into aluminum. And you know what? Maybe I should start the everything as I explain this. It's kind of involved. Um, anyway, I was casually exploring all of the cool and good stuff, just waiting for things to happen, when I suddenly realized that these were off. I was like, oh, that's weird. What's going on? I go around the base, and I go here, and all of these are off, and I'm like, okay, well, that's normal. Maybe I need to restock the logs. And I check through, and I realize that every single one of them is completely devoid of any creosote. We had officially run out. And this caused numerous problems. The clean room's power stalled, and the whole thing is now contaminated. It's not clean anymore. Actually, I should probably start the process of letting that restock. As you can see, the creosote problem is not as much of a problem anymore, but it's still very much a problem. Alright, we're going to wait for that to finish over the course of the next 15 minutes. Cool. So I saw that was a problem, but a bigger problem was that the steam generators were... well, it wasn't boiling steam, which threatened to destroy our ability to do any major material processing. It also cancels our ability to make solar-grade silicon, and of course the clean room was dead. So I thought, okay, how about, instead of having to restock this thing forever, because that's inconvenient, how about we instead pipe over some of the logs from here directly into the creosote line? So I did that. Bad news. It innately wasn't enough. I think there was some just interaction with how the conveyor belt moves and just pushes things out in one stack increments, that some of the creosote, the coke ovens, never actually filled. It would fill some of them, but not the others, and that much creosote was not enough to get the system back to equilibrium. And as you can see, even now we're kind of cutting close. So through all of this, my eventual solution was to make this awkward setup here, where instead of the pipe just splitting and going to all the locations, we've got the sapling divert happening here immediately. Then we have the logs, and then these logs get siphoned to both the pyrolysis oven and the coke ovens separately in their own separate paths. The hope was that this would be enough throughput. It wasn't, or I wasn't sure if it was, so I also added a redundant hopper on the bottom that also goes to the coke ovens. So priority, the coke oven should fill, and then the pyrolysis oven should fill. And just based on the numbers going on here, I'm pretty sure that despite all of this, we are still producing more logs than we are consuming. Also, we're going to eventually get to, well, I don't know, if this is still depleting, that might not be the case. My plan is that this will eventually drain into this barrel, and when it does so, we'll be able to get rid of these item translocators and maybe use them somewhere else. Also, we can move this barrel to somewhere and start doing some sapling processing. I don't know, we can make some bio stuff. mean, other than all that, everything's pretty good so far. We're making plenty of steel with our blocks of charcoal. Look at all the blocks of charcoal. The barrel that we used for this is finished. It's empty now. And as we've ramped up officially automated coke oven operations, this barrel will just fill up over time. So we should never have to worry about our charcoal supply and therefore our steel production anymore. And yet, I want more. So I've been thinking, and I've been contemplating our next move, and I have some ideas. Obviously, the first thing we're going to have to do is get that clean room up and running. So we got about 15 minutes where we can't do any major technology. So we're going to have to do some design work then. My opinion of things right now. It hurts to see this thing like alternating between working and not working. Though, as I understand it, even with this sort of fluctuation, the temperature is rising. So even if it's not full on creosote constantly, it is still increasing. And this will be a lot closer to safely running the moment the clean room reasserts itself. Okay, back to the focus. Fluids. We are entering into a new era of material processing and operations, and the materials we are going to need for that is fluid. I have identified 3 fluids of which are the utmost importance and that we do not have a mass-produced solution for yet. Chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Up until this point, chlorine has simply been an incidental byproduct of our sodalite electrolyzing. In fact, I would argue that for us, the chlorine was a thing we didn't like having. But now that it's an important ingredient in plastic board production, combined with the fact that I'm curious about polyvinyl sheets, or PVC, which very much does use chlorine as a material. That's what the C stands for, it's chloride. We're going to need a lot of chlorine. And that might just mean getting more sodalite. Electrolyzing out the chlorine, getting the benefits of the aluminum and the sodium and the silicon and all that, and just going from there. I don't have a good permanent solution for the chlorine problem right now. As for hydrogen and oxygen, given that hydrogen is an important ingredient in the plastic production and oxygen is used basically everywhere, I think even though there are better ways to go about this, I think I want to do water electrolysis. Or at least some process that does water electrolysis. Or that, like, it takes in water, it outports hydrogen and oxygen. I know that there was some different special ways of doing that. The exact details of... Right, this. It wanted mercury. This would greatly increase the rate that we could do this processing. It would give us a hydrogen, it would give us that, but it takes mercury as an input. Oh, but... No, yeah, it does take mercury as an input. So this chemical reactor water splitting hydrochlorous thing is interesting if we had a good and reliable source of mercury. We don't. Technically, we could get some from our cinnabar supply. And maybe our redstone? I don't know. It's not worth it because we use redstone for too many other things. I think we just sort of bulk process it. So my plan is that we just get a bunch of low voltage electrolyzers powered by 1 or 2 medium voltage gas generators. Those will perpetually just take in water, output oxygen and hydrogen, and the result will just be we have a good supply of those things. In terms of actual fluid storage, I have a solution for that as well. You know, the fluid tanks, we made one high voltage fluid tank, and that took dark steel, which is a little bit of an inconvenience. But I was looking through the quests, and I found that I believe it's in tier 1. This overflow valve quest gives us 4 low voltage fluid tanks, which I think is a good place to start. We don't need a lot of hydrogen storage. It's mostly going to be oxygen. The hydrogen is just going to go into the plastic production, which is sulfuric acid. Maybe we could make like a sulfuric acid tank? That's a possibility. Either way, these 4 tanks will be a great boon to our just general ability to hold things. So I want to make an overflow valve. And the overflow valve will help make the automation of liquids better, even if we have to void some. So what do we need? 2 motors, 2 pumps, some soldering alloy, and Tumbaga, along with biocircuit configuration 19. That's very specific. We've got soldering alloy, we've got motors. I think we even have pumps, if I recall correctly. Yes, we do. Which means that the only thing we're going to need right now to do this is Tumbaga. And Tumbaga's not that hard to do. It's like Tumbaga. As I awkwardly look for the recipe. Yeah, okay. 7 gold, 3 copper. There's our Tumbaga. And it's even enough already. That gold farm we made is starting to come in handy immediately. It's almost like I anticipated that gold would be a major resource of ours. What if I can make Tumbaga in the smeltery? I'm not going to try it because I don't know if it'll work or not. Plus, there's a bunch of other things that might accidentally be alloyed together. So we'll play it simple. Oh, right, mixer. My mistake. Oh, the benzene's full. Guess that means I should swap the factory over to polyethylene production and start maybe using the EBF right now. One thing at a time. Some electrotine for later. Is there a circuit condition for Tumbaga? Yes, it is. Circuit setting 12. There we are. There's our Tumbaga. We can turn it into plate. I believe it is 4. We can't. We can't turn it into fluid. We can only extract it after dust form. Interesting. I guess it cares about the intricacies. Curious, curious, curious. Anyway. Get the Tumbaga, we'll make the plates. Once we have the plates, we will make the overflow valve, we'll get the achievement, we'll get the tanks. Then we can start doing some good work. Should also make sure we get a cell of soldering alloy. Kind of burning through it pretty quickly. Just making sure we have everything else. The 2 motors are check. Soldering alloy is check. I need to make some room in my inventory, put the copper away. We get the 2 pumps. That is sufficient Tumbaga for what we're doing. Since they're already in ingot form, I may as well use the bending machine, but make sure to put it back to plate form and not foil form. Good morning, Thega. I'm making Tumbaga. One of the more fun names for a material. And reminds me of funny Final Fantasy joke. I know, it's been so long. We probably never thought we'd see Tumbaga again. Okay, so biocircuit setting 19. We haven't actually used any of the biocircuit settings before. Tumbaga, motor, pump. Right, we need to swap out the fluid involved. Oh, there we are. Tumbaga. The Tumbagiest. This is going to give us many free stuff. Hey, we did it. Ooh. All right, that's 4 low voltage fluids tanks. That is 256 buckets worth of fluid distributed into 4 cubes. And that's good. I've been thinking that I should maybe go back into our quest backlog and get some... So, okay, good night. a very transient passage. I was in the process of having an opinion. What was my opinion? Oh yeah, I wanted to take some of the quest rewards from across the galaxy so that I could get more fluid cells to get the, finally, once and for all, the oxygen achievement so that I can get the polyethylene achievement, and then maybe the carbon ones because those are cool. And the SMD resistors. Like, so much is locked behind the fact that I've been doing oxygen stuff without literally holding it in my hands. I'm sick of it. Sick of it, I tell you. So, we do that because I'm pretty sure, and I don't remember exactly where they are. Yeah, look at this. Sodium hydroxide. Yeah, I made HCl earlier. That was important. I've been wondering a little bit because this, in our circuit production, we've been using iron 3 chloride. And the reason we've been doing that is because it was easy to do at the time. But we also have the possibility of sodium persulfate, which is sulfuric acid, a thing we're already making, and salt. Yeah, sodium persulfate is another way to etch the boards. And it's sodium, sulfur, and oxygen. You make it by, well, apparently you make it by electrolyzing sodium bisulfate, getting a hydrogen cell, and it. And sodium bisulfate is made out of sulfuric acid and salt, which makes sodium bisulfate and hydrochloric acid as a byproduct. You could also just use sodium hydroxide. And doing that gives you sodium bisulfate and water as a byproduct. Now this is interesting. Because salt is sodium chloride, but it gives us the chlorine back. Which means at the cost of more sulfuric acid, we can no longer need the chlorine for the plastic boards. Now it means we have to process out the HCl if we do it like this, but if we do it sodium hydroxide, and that is salt and water. Wait, hold the chemical ratios on this are wild. I think I need to do some actual math here. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, I'm doing math here. In fact, let's do proper math. Here's math. Welcome to math. Okay, we're mathing. So, due to the fact that I'm alt-tabbing to type this up, I gotta... So, 1 sodium plus 1 H2O. So, 1 sodium plus 1 H2O equals 3 NaOH. Plus a hydrogen. Which is a little too big for the screen, so let's make math a little smaller today. And let's just hope that's the largest thing we gotta deal with. I can make it smaller if we need to. So then we go to sodium hydroxide with intent to make sodium bisulfate. Right? Yeah. Persulfate is electrolyzed by sulfate. So go here. And then 3 NaOH plus 1 the chemical H2SO4 equals 7 NaHSO4 plus 1 H2O. So, you know, as much as I was concerned, it has indeed become bigger math. So, this is already interesting because it suggests to me that even for this first process, the water is simply a catalyst. We take in the sodium and the water, we get out the hydroxide and a hydrogen. We then put the hydroxide at the same ratio with a sulfuric acid, and we get that water back. This suggests to me that this could be a closed loop. So that water is catalyst. It's not needed anywhere else. So then sodium bisulfate is then electrolyzed. And we can treat it as getting the full 7 here. So 7 NaHSO4 equals, and I'm just going to say this is 7 before I do any of the ratios involved. Hydrogen plus half an Na2S2O8. Hoping I remember that right. Na2S2O8. Yep. Okay. Which means ultimately this is 7 hydrogen. And it was half of this. So this would be 3.5 Na2S2O8. I don't know why I put these ones here. They're redundant in this case. So, again, very interesting. What this tells us is that the water is immaterial, effectively. The water is a catalyst. It'll go from machine 1 to machine 2 in a loop. And that's fine. The only input there, therefore, is sodium. Which is interesting. Now let's try and simplify this a little bit. Another line here. Na. I'm just going to say, like, you know, the input sodium. Then the water is immaterial. H2SO, SiSO4 equals and then I'll square bracket this to say, so these are the only two real inputs we have to the system. Everything else is catalyst. The water is catalyst. Everything else is just, you know, the process proceeding. Which brings us to 8 hydrogen and 3.5 Na2SO8. I'm going to just remove my square brackets. Make that a proper 8. There we go. So that's the system. We just input salt and we input sulfuric acid. But the thing with sulfuric acid is that that's something we're already making. Our input for that, as I run over here, is sulfur and hydrogen anyway. And what this means is that we can do a little funny. We can take the 8 hydrogen we get out of this process and move it here. And it just recycles back into the sulfuric acid. I don't think it's a perfect conversion. After all, there's a distillery step, and a distillery step implies losses. Material losses. But this means that the system is simple. Put in salt, pipe in sulfuric acid from its home in here. Wait, no. Yeah, here. And it just works. It just works. Oh. That must have been the cactus upstairs. Cool. So the distillery will need to maybe have a different output. Instead of going there, it'll go up. One of it will pipe in, the other will pipe over here. But as an alternative to chlorine, I think this is great because, well, we need chlorine for things, and we already have a large amount of sodium to work with. Which means that this whole system boils down to insert salt, insert hydrogen, insert sulfur, insert polyethylene, insert copper. Removes the need for iron, removes the need for chlorine, adds the need for salt, adds the need for more hydrogen. I'm good with that. I am very good with that, though. So, let's talk processing. We need an electrolyzer, we need a chemical reactor, and we need another chemical reactor. Well, good news is we already got pretty much all those things individually. In fact, I'm going to take my electrolyzer here, which apparently had oxygen in it. Who knew? And I'm just going to draft it into the battle. This does change my math on how much power everything needs. Because what's the power requirement for this to happen? It's an entire EU, which is bad. Next question is how much power does it require for this? Another entire LV volt. And what about you? Okay, yeah, this is an entire 3. But this is powering exactly 3 things, and then there's this. So I think the solution is to just... Oh, one, get rid of this so I can do some maintenance work. Instead of gathering power from this side, gather it from this side. That way, this one has the full 4 amps ready to go where it's needed. Bonk. Okay, so the HCl is going to be a thing. Wait, wasn't HCl a byproduct of this, it said somewhere? Hydrogen. No, because I'm going sodium hydroxide. If I were doing salt, it would be outputting hydrochloric. So we're good. It'll output the water. Okay, so what this is telling me is that we want to bust all this. Eat it. It's iron dust. I would prefer to have my line. Now this is going to be 3 amps. I'm trying to be materially efficient here, and also lazy. I'm trying to see if I can do this in a way that doesn't require anything else. I could move this generator here. Move that there, then the 2 amps can go boop, 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 boop. I would still need another tin cable, though. So I'll go get one. Should still have a decent supply. Maybe like 3. It was 4! I'm even more prepared than I thought. Okay, I think I am going to go with the reposition the generator, especially because we know that these 3 right here in this process are gonna be pulling full voltage. I don't remember how much this pulls. It's the full bore. Okay, this is gonna be a little tricky. But yeah, I proceed with this variation of the plan. Put away the things I'm not using. Thank you, self. Okay. Okay, so let's start with the machines we're making use of here. Oh. So it's going to be electrolyzer, chemical reactor, chemical reactor. You don't need that necessarily. We'll get back to you on that. Then let's say tin goes there. Alright, better up. Or go this way. We should be in step down mode, so that should have still connected. And it did. How did I just hear a fire? I got paranoid. I made something blow up. Separate to that... Okay, you are indeed in step-down mode, which is correct. Is it just the torches? And I'm going mad? How angry am I going here? I'm gonna check. Okay. I am confident that nothing is currently on fire. We can get the math out of here. Proceed. Now connect these up. Literally up. Then gas turbine here. Focus in that way. And then we can't connect it because we're out of the polyethylene pipe. Which is to say the plastic fluid pipe. How many do we need? 2. Can I cheat those out? Yes, I can. Because I remember from my history lessons of memorization that this is not being used for anything right now. So I'll take those and bring them back over. Alright. Now it stands on us to set these correctly. Let's start from the end, because we know this is output. Sodium persulfate will be created, and we shall be left with 1 hydrogen cell. The only thing that matters right now is fluid output, and we're going to have to get the items out somehow. So the conveyor belt will go there for now. Next up is the bisulfate that it uses. There will be an item output of sodium bisulfate and a fluid output of water. Interesting constraint. I choose to ignore this problem for a second because I want to do this. I'm going to make the fluid output go that way And the item output goes that way. So this will be fluid auto output. This will be exporting items. Which means that this, circuit setting 1, should output water to the left, sodium bisulfate to the right. This leaves us with sodium hydroxide, which we are doing by salt and water. The water is being inserted automatically. We are providing our own salt. Sodium hydroxide will go over as an item. The hydrogen gas will need to be removed. So I think I'm going to make it... I think my system is that for the most part, I'm going to use the fluid auto output and then conveyor belts. We know we're going to need at least 2 more conveyor belts. So let's make them. While that happens and probably makes too many sheets, I'm going to make a run over here. Let's make 3. Use the rest of our tin cable for this. And there's conveyor. With conveyor, we're gonna have conveyor there. Conveyor's already there. This one's interesting. I don't know how this is gonna work, but I do have a way that I want it to work. So I'm gonna prepare this as if this works. I'm taking some inspiration from the cooling thing. My hope is that I can use this tank as a canner. The hydrogen cell will come out of the electrolyzer, go north. Well, up, really. It'll go up, and then it'll go into this input slot, be emptied, and then go here, where it will then be funneled back into here. Is my hope. And that means that this thing will be our hydrogen tank. Just in general. Which means that the fluid output here will need to go up and over to this hydrogen tank. And this will hold our hydrogen. And then we can siphon it over there with like a pump. So let's start our catalyst then. Oop. This water is just a necessary component of the recipe itself. We simply need to place it here. Which is to say, place it here. That's ready. Now let's get some salt. Just fill out the system so I can understand its workings better. We don't really need to skimp on the salt. We're not using sodium for much else right now. We could use it for batteries, and I do plan on making some batteries. But we don't have to care about that right now. So, add salt. Sodium hydroxide is circuit setting 1. There it goes. Now that'll go into here. Why isn't it going? Is it because one stack every 20 seconds? Are we just hitting that limitation? Maybe that's an argument for using the other thing. Okay, let that sit there for a bit. We're gonna need more pipe. I don't know the temperature of sulfuric acid. So let's check what the temperature of sulfuric acid is. 295. What's the allowed temperature for plastic? I think it's probably like 300. 350. Fantastic. It's there. Oh, I know the problem. I exactly know the problem. I remember this. Screwdriver. Go. There we are. Now it's in here. Next up would be the sulfuric acid, which I suppose my plan for that is to just, like, go over everything. So this would alternate you to facing this way. You don't have any sulfuric acid prepared because we're out of hydrogen. But you would go, like... And then I'd like protocol to be that it enters from the back of the machine. This will allow this to be much more convenient. Just go in there. And then from here, we can take the hydrogen, pump it out like this, go that way, and then siphon it over. Such is the plan. We could even use this tank as input for hydrogen to the entire system. Instead of having to, like, haul this back and forth, we just put it in here. I like that. Plus it saves us the pump we have to get. Bonk. Go. Pump is in export mode. Hydrogen is real. So this should be a simple matter of breaking that torch. Slide it over here. Oop. Doot, doot, doot. That is incorrect. Doot, doot. And then we're going to need approximately 3 more. Where will I find approximately 3 more? There's 1 more. But more likely, I should just make my own. That's what the polyethylene's for, after all. It's actually for making balls and casings and stuff, but, you know, we have it as a bonus. I don't know why I decided to look in here again on the assumption that something would be different. It wasn't. Next up. The process is I go to the box of stuff down here. I pick up... I'll use a large cell for this. Pick up a whole bunch of these. Take like 3 steps back. Go to this fluid solidifier. Dump it. Ask myself where my pipe mold went. Declare that I have successfully found my pipe mold. Put it in there. Make ourselves some pipe. And we can permanently get rid of that one. Lock that down. This in. I mostly am putting the arrows, not necessarily to reduce sloshing, though that is a thing that I care about minimizing, but mostly to just sort of visualize which direction the fluid should be going to help me identify these at a glance. Now there should be hydrogen there. Yes. Pretty good. Okay, so next up we need to kickstart the sulfuric acid production a little bit. Which means probably doing some of this. Now, hydrogen will still, of course, be a ingredient, a component of all this. But maybe not as much anymore. That's the hope, at least. There's the dust. That in there. Here's our oxygen cells, which we kind of have against our will. But, you know, we have what we came for, and that is this tank full of hydrogen. Now, we can't manually dump it from one tank into the other anymore, which is to say we can't manually do it automatically. I can't just put the tank down and it'll siphon. We moved the pump. But that's fine. I don't particularly care about that. What matters... Actually, this could be a good test of the system. Like, if I do this... Right, another case where I have to allow input. Wrench, give me my screwdriver. I really hope that works. I really, really hope that works. moving on. This has made some sulfuric acid. So it seems like it's not enough. I don't think it's working. Okay. The bottom is allowing input. It is exporting. It should be exporting back down. Oh no, I'm wrong. It's fluid. The fluid in question is going here, so that doesn't matter. What matters is we need to allow input here. And now we try it. Oh, thank goodness it works. There it is. All right, fantastic. That's solved. That is solved. That is a solved problem. Now we wait to see if this kicks off. We need a full container of sulfuric. It's going. Water went back there. Where'd the... I think I missed it. I need to empty these oxygen cells and then just, like, mass move hydrogen. We're getting full in the oxygen. I did think of another thing to use with the oxygen, though. There's a method to make steel very quickly, involving arc furnacing it into wrought iron, macerating it into wrought iron dust, and then smelting it in the EBF quickly. Okay, so what I'm going to look for here is for the sulfuric acid, right before it gets to 1, to go here and see if this does anything. Something made a weird noise over there. Well, anyway. Okay. Oh, the sodium bisulfate is going the wrong way. Why? Ah, because I have item auto output turned on. That was a mistake. So this bisulfate should be... Oh. It's going. It's going! Come on. There's the hydrogen. That's being sent up. It's being emptied. It's being shunted back down. Eventually. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's working. It's working. So now I'm beginning to understand the importance of having good conveyors. Because if we're going to be automating outside of the auto input, auto output, these things are slow. And the persulfate's going here. Alright, so we've successfully upgraded this machine to a slightly different recipe, wherein I think it makes better use of... Okay, well, one, it doesn't require chlorine, it doesn't require iron. It does require salt, but I'm okay with that. Like, we can find salt. I'm sure we can find salt. And I think it makes more efficient use of hydrogen, just given how much the process has sort of sustained itself off of what little hydrogen we gave it. Anyway, want to see me make an entire stack of steel really quickly? It's easier than you think. Simply take one stack of iron, head over to your local arc furnace. That's an electrolyzer. There you are. Bonk. Let that bake. You know, it's been close to 15 minutes. How's this holding up? Power loss? What? How could there possibly be power loss? I've given you full strength operation. Unless... Yeah, you're good, you're good. These should... No, the crease... Okay, Nope, okay. It would appear that the creosote is problems. We sincerely do not have enough creosote, and I worry that the temperature... Okay, yeah. We are barely producing enough creosote to keep the steam machines operational, and we are not producing enough creosote to do anything else. This is inconvenient. And it means that our clean room is actually going to be permanently offline. Which stinks. Is there room for a battery in these things? No. Now let's do a little more. A little more of the fluid. Well. Is it done? I guess it was done. Okay, how do we deal with the fact that I've left things to rot? The situations that are a problem are the LV machines that use creosote, because I'm only using creosote in low voltage right now. There's the semi-fluid generator up here, which is powering the farm. But the farm uses so little power, I don't think that's ever going to be an issue. These two are an issue, because this is our solar purifier. And then the other problem is this, which is our clean room. But we can't make circuits if the clean room's offline. But we do have some already. Okay, here's the plan. I am going to replace the current low voltage generators. Mostly. I should do 4. I'm going to make 4 low voltage gas generators, and I'm going to place 2 here, 2 at the solar siliconizer, and then rip up this creosote line. The creosote will go purely to the farm and to the boiler outside. And that should be enough. And because we don't care so much about its actual charcoal production, all we care about is that the creosote goes into the boiler. So if it backs up on creosote, we're smiling. It shouldn't back up on charcoal until the barrel's full, but we can just steal that, turn it into coal wood tar, and then, I don't know, make more benzene. We kind of need to learn to make our logistics more robust if it's going to be more interconnected like this. Something to work on. But if we're making all these generators, then good thing I'm doing this wrought iron thing now. We're gonna... Oh yeah, this was the quest that taught me about that. I'm gonna take the oxygen cells from this quest, because that combined with everything else might put me pretty close to the... Like, I can finally get the stack of oxygen quest done. In fact... I could do it right now. No, I can't. I don't have enough empty cells. Not the point, not the point. Point is, we got the wrought iron. We're going to take it, put that back in there. We're going to macerate it using our macerator. That should be done in less than a minute. From there, we just need to make sure that we... have the oxygen for this. It's circuit setting 11, it's 1-to-1, so we're going to need a stack of oxygen anyway. So if we need a stack of oxygen anyway, we may as well do it holding all the stacks of oxygen such that we can get the quest done. If any more empty cells to donate to the cause. I should. I just picked up 32 from a quest. 48, 56. This will be enough. We just need 8 oxygen from the U. Questma. There we are. The alphabet. Conquered. Ever so slightly more. From here, we go here. Dump the whole stack of cells in there. That will be empty when we're done. Take our stack of wrought iron steel and make steel at wrought iron steel. And make this at a pace never before seen. How fast will this be? It's Cooper nickel medium voltage, but it's 1000 Cooper nickel. We might get the perfect parallel. I don't know. Either way, we will get the voltage overclocking. So 2.5 seconds, stack. That's going to be like 2 minutes. All right, this is circuit setting. Meanwhile, I also want to put it into batch mode just because it's funny. It's 11, right? Okay, it's doing 5 at a time. Each for 6 seconds, so that's going to be about 2 minutes. Yeah. No, not even. It's going to be like 1.5 minutes. We must be getting the full perfect overclocking. Because 2.5 seconds for 5 should be... Okay, 12. No, this might actually be the normal overclocking. No. 2.5 was the perfect overclock. It should be 5 seconds for each, right? Yeah, so we are getting the perfect overclock. Excellent. Hey, we did it. Fastest steal of this campaign. I think with this, we might have justification to finally retire the BBFs. Just given the circumstances. Alright, can I fill this? Yes, I can. Another quest complete. Great, so we're already on a good old quest completing binge. Okay, now for the generators. To do that, we are going to need to make... I should have just been able to logically reason to myself that would have been half a stack, but I didn't decide to do the math and just decided to count. Sometimes you don't think about thinking about that there's a better way to do something. You just do a thing in an inefficient way. But it's always a trade-off, you know? Sure, it would have been physically faster to just right-click and have half a stack. But mentally, you would have to, like, think to do that and then just confirm the math mentally. And I'm not saying that that would have been more mental effort than counting it tediously. But I am saying that the decision to make that calculation, to explore the other possibilities, is a risk. Until you make the thought in your mind, you don't know if making the thought will be beneficial. If that makes sense. It's like going to the second page of the Google search results. It's like, do you really want to try that? Is it worth it? And maybe it's not. But you don't know. But you can't know until you go to the second page, so you got to be like, okay, I'm going to make the conscious decision not to go to the second page because I don't think it'll be worth it. There we are. I jumped up here. We really don't use the interior of this house much anymore. We should refactor this thing into the, I was gonna say, like, a guest visitor center. But then I realized maybe this could be, like, the sandwich shop. It wouldn't be for anyone but myself, but imagine, this could just be, like, the kitchen, local sandwich store, local deli. And, I don't know, we freshen it up a bit. If I could, like, physically, like, transplant this building and the interior design we're going to do into a different Minecraft world with people in it, I could start up a shop and just be the sandwich guy. People would show up and be like, hey, sandwich guy, make me a sandwich. And I'll be like, yep, that's what I do. Here you go. It'll be great. The vending machine doesn't sound like it's on anymore. There are things I will need that I do not have. We're going to need the wires for some of this. I think it's 2 per hull, so that much for the hulls. I should check the recipe for a gas turbine. Okay, 2 motors, we got plenty of that. We don't have enough tin. That's a problem. We might need to go on a mining expedition for tin. Been a while. Okay, so tin, motor, yeah, all things that we fine about. So, wire mill this. Circuit setting 1, please. Do that. Yeah, we're out of tin. Unless I have, like, a bucket of molten tin conveniently hidden somewhere. But I think for the most part, we've moved on to soldering alloy. So, there wouldn't be. Darn. My tin. Well, let's look for cassiterite in either of these locations. Would be cassiterite in the ingots chest. That's when it's already turned into tin. None of these are tin. We have cassiterite sand 30. That is enough for what we need right now. Oh, there's the Tumbaga. Okay, we're going to make these generators. We're going to swap it out. We're going to stop having a fuel problem. But then we are absolutely going to go on a tin expedition. One of the few materials we have depleted that we use a lot. Iron, copper, tin. That's sort of the trinity for a whole lot of things. And we're out of tin. The tin here is going to be used to making... Actually, is that even enough? It's approximately, you know, by my poor estimate, 5 ingots per rotor. And we need 12. We would need a stack of tin. We do not have a stack of tin. Let's check for more resources. Cassiterite. No. Okay, technically. What about proper tin? Tinker's Construct stuff and the word tiny are also being activated. Spessartine. Interesting. If I were really desperate, we could disassemble that. Oh. We do have a little extra. I'm gonna burn through every single ounce of tin in the base doing this. You going? Yeah, you're going. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, at least the wire should be fine. We already have a good stock of the motors we need. It's just a matter of getting it all together. I can do this quickly. That's polyethylene. That's soldering alloy. I got confused because I thought that wasn't the circuit assembler, but it is, so... Confusion has been canceled. I'm sorry if you were looking forward to it. Make sure to follow our newsletter for a potential new date for the event. Okay, put that there. 8 here. 4 there. Yeah, just the rotors and the motors. We can do this. I'm worried that our motor supply is depleting. Take the cable with us. Not where it goes anyway. Okay, rotor. All the tin. All of it. 55. Based on my... Okay, I think based on my estimate, we have enough. Because 5 is an overestimate. I'm pretty sure. We can't get the exact count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15. 16. 17. Did I count that correctly? 17 equals 4. So... that should do it? Sometimes the fluid tile data doesn't update immediately, or just like visually doesn't match. Okay, so that's the ratio. It's a very interesting ratio. 17 ingots equals 4 rotor. Too many bucket. 1, 2, 3, 4. The bucket back. Okay, we have generators. We can now replace the old guard. Doot, 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 doot. Up. Deep. We are going to need the pipes I've been making this whole time, and the fluid solidifier. Not as many as this, but we needed some of them. We needed more than 0. Oh, this is a benzene line. We can take advantage of that. And I will. Oh, this way, that's fine. So, gas turbine, wrench up. Gas turbine, wrench up. Shall fluid process from here. You together, connect you together, and boom. Oh, wrong one. Yes. They're powered up? Good. Now for this, we should be able to simply follow this line over here. Then bypass along this side, replace these two, and go from there. Hasta la bye-bye. As far as the physical configuration, I think I'm going to switch to a... over here. Here, and... we kind of don't have a choice. If I put one there, it'll obstruct the maintenance hatch, technically. Now that's just my fault. I've made a poor location for it, but this means the piping will be inconvenient. Okay. You that way, you down, wire cutter, connect. Nope. Down again. You better not have any creosote in you. Good. You're smart enough to not combine. So like that. Then we'll go up and over. Following the standard altitude of it, as it is right now. I like this. I feel like our facility is really starting to form with everything we've put in and around it. Now that should be good, and the moment this thing starts operating, it will be overkill. But it provides us the ability to start from a full ruination. That will be enough power. Now I know in my heart that what I really need to do is this. Because we need sulfuric acid in both locations. We're running out of sulfur. Restock. It's not lost on me that we are going to need to care more about the sulfur economy. I've been effectively eviscerating sulfur from existence nonchalantly. But now we care about it more. Let's do some more pipe cleanup. This whole creosote line should not exist anymore. It is an affront. Notions of a well thought out and designed base. I'll leave the tunnel though. Who knows, we might want to fill it with something else later. That said, it's a shame that the Cactus Cove line no longer serves a function. Though I can reclaim the pumps. And I'd be happy to reclaim the pumps. I run around the other side now. All this, right up to there, no longer necessary. Good, that's some cleanup. Now we should be at effectively equilibrium for the creosote in the boiler. Especially now that it cannot possibly go anywhere else. Just looking at this number over time, if it's ever like solidly above 835, then we'll know that we are indeed making this work. I could redirect the cactus coke to here. I could do that. It seems like it fluctuates a little bit, but if it's like sizably above 835 later when we see it, then it's good. If it stays at 835, that's scary, but okay. If it starts descending slowly, panic. And by panic, I mean, I guess just make more coke ovens. Maybe we make the fancy distillery thing. The distillation tower. Because if we make a distillation tower and distill the wood tar in the distillation tower, the consequence of our action should be that we make benzene and a lot more creosote than we would normally. Okay, plenty of pipes now. Accidentally. Oh, I could have maybe destroyed these for more item pipe. Or more tin. Okay, time to moonlight the things, these generators. And then we can go to get some tin, I guess. I'm gonna have my work cut out for me cleaning up my inventory. Okay, step one of any good inventory clearing is to clear your sub-inventories as well. Which we are working on. I'm gonna start with these because I know exactly where they go. Crop sticks. Extra crop sticks can go in the seeds chest for thematic relevance. No, I'll put them here instead. These tanks are a mechanism. Not currently in use, so we'll put them there. Same with the reinforced glass and the iron chest. The overflow valve is a logistics item, so I'm going to put it in here. I'm actually going to put my tanks and chests and barrels and stuff in there as well. All the cells that I have will go in the cell box. Do I have any more? No. Dirt and cobblestone can go in the barrels designed for these things. That said, the cobblestone barrel is approximately full. We may need to upgrade it or get another one. Gunpowder is a non-standard dust. It can go in the I do want it in the non-standard dust form, but I think we have it in the corpse pile currently. Okay. Charcoal can go in this barrel. Lapis can go there. Keep emptying. And then we hit the problem of this chest being full, practically. This chest being full, actually. How much we can relocate. Everything here makes sense. Maybe the quartz is weird, but it works. It logics together. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this iron chest that we have and use it as an overflow for the ingots and plates and rods and stuff. With an emphasis on putting the non-standard shape materials in here, like the plates and the rods. Good to keep in mind that we have some ender pearl plates in storage. I think we made those for the elevator. But there's probably more we can use them for. The battery in there. Now we should be able to empty this. We can. More steel. Last call. I will take some of the... Oh, I know. I'll take the things that aren't ingots at all and put them in here. Like the non-standard non-ingots. Like the nether quartz and the lapis and things. That'll give me room here. The nuggets is a non-standard ingot shape. That's how we'll do this subcategory then. At least right now. The nuggets. Now we have the dust. You're a compound. You're an element, but you also have a barrel dedicated to you. We have carbon. You're empty. Barrel in here. No. New age logistics. New age logistics. Barrel in there. Plus creates a mechanical block of some description. We got this sort of miscellaneous unfortunate. Steel bars is a mechanism. I would say it's not artificial, at least. Nickel bolt can have a new home in there. Raw carbon mesh. I would like to put that in a sort of technology-oriented chest. Like that one. 6 can go away. We've got a stack of torches. I think that'll be enough if we're careful. Then the tools. We're going on a mining expedition, so we don't need any of our tech stuff, really. None of that, none of that. Don't even bring the wrench. The ore finder is currently set to nothing. I would like to set it to tin. But which tin? If only I had left some tin around, huh? But in my desperation... Well, okay, I think the decision should be made by the journey map itself. What is tin vein look like? Cassiterite sand. Okay. So we want the cassiterite sand ore. Nope. Yep. Okay, put that in the red granite cobblestone. I don't have a place for this. I feel like I had a place for this once, a long time ago. In another history. Oh, I'm gonna put it in this particular random junk box. Okay. Food supplies are acceptable. And glider pickaxe, dolly. Don't need the dolly. Actually, in the case of catastrophic overload on the things we get, I will bring a chest with us and keep the dolly. Sword's good to go. Shovel, excavator, hammer. Axe, tool forge. Tool forge won't help unless I bring some cobalt. I'll bring some cobalt. I think we're ready. Begin expedition. Where are we going? We could go for a tin vein that already exists. Or go for something new. Also, nearly forgot. Do not be wearing our hazmat suit out into the void. Instead, get some of this stuff. It'll have to do. Kinda missing a good chest plate, huh? We're not really suited for combat. Okay, so check the map. Looking around, tin is not the most common, but it's also not something we look for that often. So my plan is to just sort of do a broad survey, hope we find a tin vein innately, and then just dig it. And the way we typically go for good oring is this way. Look at that scar on the mountain from when I took all the hardened clay. That's funny. Yeah, I think I'll go that way. All right, and glider prepared. Go forth. This is us going forth. It's been a long while since we've had to endure the inconveniences of prospecting blindly. The only reason I'm doing it now like this is as a preventative measure for a hypothetical future. But I do worry about some ores that we don't have easy access to. Especially the ones in the nether. I do not like going to the nether. It... Fast? Unless that over there is just a tin vein already. That's a manganese vein. No, this is the tin vein. So we already know about this tin vein. But given its position, it seems like maybe we've already excavated this one a bit, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Already scraped the surface. Alright. Off on a vague diagonal trajectory. Looking for ores. Ah! It's that easy. Is that glass? I know that meteor's been there for a while, and I haven't really explored it, but that looks like glass. Did I do that? I've been over there before. Maybe I did that. Oh. Oh! Hello, unscheduled hostile. Well, we found a vein not of a type I was looking for. Remember when we had to figure out these ore veins by process of elimination? I just ran around with every single ore we possibly knew of, and just if I got a negative result, I dug down to see what was there. What a time. This is a weird visual effect. It's registering as just normal skystone. And it is. I guess it was just some sort of graphical... It looked like it was Z fighting with something. Very strange. There's like a box in the middle of these. That's a... I'm looking over here and I see an ore with a weird coloration. Malachite. I'm curious. Oh. Given the nature of the malachite we picked up, is this a... Is this just from the meteor, or... Is there a proper vein here? I wonder how much mineral sand's around here. There's a vein. Alright, here's the plan. I'm gonna go to the top of the area here, which is very pretty, it seems. I know we're looking for tin, but like it's okay. Fine, fine. I'll keep it on tin. Then I'm gonna glide a big distance. Oh, hey, rubber trees. That would have been nice earlier. I think I need to align myself with the ore veins again. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So one before the red. Got limonite. Surprisingly not indicative of the vein here. Okay, this is an ore chunk. So back to 10. I'm going to check the top of the mountain we're on. And then I'm going to glide back north. If we don't find a new tin vein, I'll go to the one tin vein that we accidentally discovered earlier on. But if we do find one, I'll dig through... Oh, look who it is. It's tin. We found the big tree biome. What is that? Is that like the little kobold house, just seen from very high up? Okay, no more distractions. This is an ore chunk. We fly. Can we even detect ores this high up? I hope so. This is a little intimidating. I've got this unhealthy instinct to just, like, do a swoop down. This is some real good distance. We should make glide towers. Use them as our methods of long-distance travel. It's nighttime. I didn't really plan for nighttime activities. Let's head back homewards. Just want to sort of glide into my home location and then sleep, and then we'll go back out again. I never really get to see this place at night from so far away. It really is just a illuminated bastion against all the evil out there. And it makes me want to expand its radius. Hostiles here are very good at being hostile. But it's daytime, and we are now relatively safe to head back out. I stand thoroughly corrected. Okay, just up the distance. Eventually we'll get out of the mob cap's range. That's not how the mob cap works, but you know what I mean. They've only spawned around me. They wouldn't spawn anymore because the conditions are not ripe for it. That's the old tin vein from before. I remember it. Our target's that one to the southwest. I have fire resistance right now, probably from sleeping well. The power of sleeping with an insulated blanket. One of those space blankets for space. The ones that just look like a shiny piece of foil. I cover satellites and stuff with that stuff. Alright. Let's do our standardized process. To the center and just head our way down. There will be hostiles, so get ready for that. But in the meantime, we go. And I'm going to make you stop making the sound, please. Thank you. Oh, that explains the monsters. This is already like a pre-existing cave. Makes it a little inconvenient to actually manage. Is there a convenient opening nearby that I can just walk down gently? No. That's not a problem. I'll just make one. There. Nice, gentle entry slope. Let's start torching the place. Oh ho ho ho! You have been discovered. I have been encumbered. I have this prediction within myself that this is going to become a thing. You have a very descriptive name. Alright, the gold vein nearby. Makes sense. Okay, I don't remember my opinion on the other things here. Garnet sand, diatom. I guess the better thing to do would be to retrieve a sample and just evaluate from there. Oh! Oh no, this is great. I thought this was like a void. No, that's just a very dark boulder. Okay. Do some management. So tin confirmed. You are a very complicated material. Let's see, you give us banded iron for free, but your primary form is diatomite. Centrifuging it gives us flint, banded iron, and sapphire. You are a very interesting material. Banded iron is just your classic. It's got iron and oxygen in it. Sapphire is interesting. We don't really have sapphire. We have ruby. We got a handful of emeralds. No sapphire. But this being a source of flint is interesting. We might just further process that for silicon. It's interesting that it doesn't do anything else. And then, what about... Okay, that's a big old name. But your hard form is either garnet the gem or garnet sand. Garnet sand is centrifuging the red garnet and yellow garnet. I remember these being important. Red garnet gets centrifuged into pyrope, almandite, and spessartine. Spessartine is centrifuged to alumina, pyrolusite, iron, tantalum, magnesium, and calcite, or electrolyzed into manganese, alumina, and silicon dioxide. Right, you're a source of manganese. The yellow garnet makes andradite, grossular, and uvarovite. I identify a letter C and a letter R in close proximity there. Medium voltage chrome. Inefficient, but it seems that garnet dust is just sort of a smorgasbord material. It's a lot of stuff, a lot of general, different stuff. Oh, right, asbestos is a thing. Which one uses asbestos? You. What do you do, asbestos? I mean, I know I use you for mica insulator stuff, but what's your function regardless? Magnesium, silicon, oxygen, and hydrogen. And of course, mica-based pulp. To sheet. Oh, you can optimize at high voltage. Weird that you would do that. I don't think asbestos is particularly rare. An improvement's an improvement, though. Won't complain. So yeah, you're either a component of mica or you're a source of magnesium and trace gases. Tin really is a tricky component to work with. To acquire. Like, we absolutely... Banded iron. We absolutely care about the tin here. We do not care about the anything else. Asbestos, not even... I mean, that's just small dust. It just came here randomly. It's just on the boat. Just on the boat. We were traveling on a boat, and they were on the boat, and they were like, hey, we're on the same boat. Ain't that wacky? It's like, oh no, I'm gonna have to be in the same grocery aisle as this person for several days because it's not a grocery aisle, it's a boat. But if I figure if you're on a boat, you are not in the same mindset of being in a... weird interaction. You're not in the same mindset as you would be in a grocery store. In a grocery store, you're there with an explicit purpose. Maybe even, like, you don't necessarily want to be there, but it's just like you have a mission, and that's to acquire nutrient. But while you're there, you're like, I just want to get the things, get in, get out, because I don't think it's very often people go to a grocery store recreationally. Sometimes it might be fun. You have like a cool recipe you want to try out. There's like a party and it's like, oh, I'm gonna have a cooknanza and cook all the cool and exciting foods, and it's gonna be fun. If you're really into just cooking and food experimentation, that might be a good time for you. Go to a grocery store and see all the different materials and get inspiration. Though maybe you might go to a more specialty food store for something like that instead of a general grocer. Not my point, though. By contrast, if you're on a boat, you're on a boat for one of two reasons. Either as a method of transportation or a method of vacation. Or you're fishing. Which I guess is a method of vacation as well. Just a really short one-day vacation. Where you're on a boat fishing. If somebody else is on that boat, who's like, hey, we're on the same boat, in contrast to a grocery situation, in the event of the fishing boat, it's actually extremely weird. How the heck is this other person here on my fishing boat? Fishing boats are usually like a one-person affair. Maybe you bring like a family member. It's like one or two people sitting on the ocean. It'd be really weird for you to unexpectedly find somebody on the boat. That would be a problem. If it's for transportation, it's sort of a similar, maybe more personal, fun variation of seeing an acquaintance on the bus. Maybe you just, like, are there, you'd be like, hey, you got nothing to do, it's not like you're being held up, the bus has to get to its location. So I guess this is less of a boat, more of a ferry, which is a type of boat. You're ferrying along, and maybe you catch up. Depending on your comfort in speaking in public areas to a private friend, that might be fine or unfine for you. It will depend. But that's not necessarily as bad as the grocery situation because you don't have anywhere to be. Maybe that means you don't have an excuse to get out of the conversation, but maybe it also means that you can take it easy and actually interact with this other person in reality that exists at the same moment as you do, in the same place as you do, which is statistically very, very unlikely. Maybe you can feel sentimental about it and appreciate that moment, even if it's not like an optimal moment. Not every social interaction has to be social engineering. You don't gotta worry about your status in the group trademark. You can just have an experience. I am projecting. I need to take this advice. Is it projecting if you're giving other people the advice that you would like to actually listen to? Or is it only projecting if you're projecting, like, your negative, like, your problem projected onto others is definitely projection, but your solution projected onto others, is that projection as well? Probably. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I do not know. How's our tin looking? Looking pretty tin. I think we're learning we can never have too much tin. And then the third situation is you're on vacation. And on, like, a cruise ship where you're going to be cruising around somewhere. And if you see, like, a friend unexpectedly, I think that would actually be very good because it means that, well, you're on vacation, you're in a sort of relaxed, cut loose from the general societal nonsense you've had to deal with, and up to requiring a vacation. So you can definitely go into a situation like that and be like, You know what? This is a perfect opportunity for us to catch up, reconnect, have some fun together, rekindle some good times, maybe advance our friendship to, like, friendship, like, Master Sergeant friendship. I do not exactly remember how military ranks go. Despite me being despite me being a fan of the concept of military strategy and things of that nature, I don't really know much about how military hierarchies and stuff work in practice. I guess that's part of what learning strategy and stuff would be like / about. And it really is emphasizing the fact that I really should learn. I should get, like, some MIT open course, like, semester recorded video class. You know, there's, like, free open course public recordings and assets for some things on university websites you just have for free because they're donating knowledge to the world, and that's a good thing. I should take one of those and just have a stream series of me learning actual military strategy. I think it would be fun. I think it would be funny, but I do genuinely care. I'd like to know. Maybe... The thing with knowing things is that you are going to encounter problems in the future, and you have no idea what kind of information could possibly help you. So gather all the information you can. Have knowledge. Be inquisitive. Even the stuff that doesn't seem like it's useful, you have no idea what the future may hold. It may hold the perfect problem for you to solve, provided you got that info. And also, learning stuff is fun. Sometimes. You gotta... It can become fun. The concept of gaining information is fun. If you've got, like, if you're forced to learn something in, like, a academics area, like school, maybe it's not as fun because it's sort of obligated of you. And it's sort of like the assembly line of information. It's not artisanal in a weird way. There's artisanal learning. But once you learn that, like, school is the fast food of learning, and that there's, like, delicious learning out there, you can separate learning from the pain of school and just learn stuff. I should learn more stuff. I used to learn things, and then I stopped learning things. I should learn things again. If you would like, here's a stream notion. If you would like to learn, if you yourself would like to learn something through the medium of me learning it, tell me, and maybe we can learn it together live on stream. I'm not even making tutorials. I'm making streams of me. I'm doing React content to tutorials. That silly an expression as that might be, that may turn out to be a really, really good idea. Speaking of good, check out the tin! We're gonna have so much of this stuff, and I'm gonna get so much more. But yeah. Maybe one of the things that people like about school is its communal nature. There's just people around you, able to learn, with you, have opinions. You're all sort of together, being like, "Hey, I'm struggling on the homework. You want to help do the homework and also actually not do the homework at all, just play video games all day?" Maybe you got a project. But the notion of community and just communal participation is a thing. It flavors activities and obligations. So maybe learning alone is you don't have the focus or attention or drive to do it, but maybe you can learn with others. And maybe that is a service, air quotes, that I'm providing. Not to say that it's an inconvenience for me. I think it'd be fun for me too. I gotta tell Quinn about this idea. Actually, I don't know. My instinct is to tell Quinn about the idea, but Quinn's kind of stepped away from social operations. Quint's kind of gone into hermit mode to work on financial occupation and film. So I do not communicate with Quint as much as I used to, which is unfortunate. But I'm patient, and I know it is no fault of my own. So I will wait, and I will eagerly anticipate the cool things Quint makes. And the times when Quint can be available. Because I've got at least one stream idea that I've remembered and really want to do, which is to take various specific examples from the bad Magic the Gathering combos Reddit and show them to Quint, who will probably be able to get them more than I would get them because I don't really play Magic the Gathering at all. And so I will explain it, the instructions on how it works, how I understand it works. Quint will laugh hilariously, and then explain to me how it works, and then I will laugh hilariously. Or at the very least go like, nice. And then we keep going. Some of them are funny. This was inspired by me finding one about someone exploiting the fact that judges can do complex math to make rulings really fast. To either you win, or a judge will break SHA-256 encryption. And you can get someone's private key. And it's all predicated on the fact that you're making a really large number and you are declaring it to be prime, which lets you win. But you call a judge over and they will use their super judge powers to say, no, it's not a prime. It's the factor of these two numbers. You are actually losing, get wrecked. But secretly, you are using this power to break somebody's encryption. So you lose the match, but you win something. You win something else. Don't let the judges know that you're doing this, though, because I'm pretty sure you will be disqualified for poor sportsmanship. But yeah, that was so funny to me that I wanted to make an entire stream series about looking at those funnies. That one's probably fine-tuned to be funny for me because it involves heavy math. And a really funny premise of you're not even trying to win the game, you're trying to break encryption through the power of judges. But I think overall the concept would be good. This spider. Okay, this has got to be enough tin for recent history. I don't want this hole in the ground to keep being a hole in the ground. I'm going to use my cobblestone that I have been accumulating this whole time to fill it in. That explains the spider. Okay, leave that hole open. Ideally, I would put a piece of glass there, because I don't actually want to go down there. This will have to do. Okay, let's check our final haul. I'm going to officially declare myself done digging. Cassiterite. Let's take out some of the not cassiterite so I can fit more cassiterite in there. Just ever so slightly less than 20 stacks. Looks like it's 14 and a half, which is good. And then processing, we get 4. I forgot we get 4. Oh, this is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. Doesn't really matter what process we use, considering it's all gonna become cassiterite and tin. And then cassiterite, we could EBF 2 to 3, but we could also just smelt it 1 to 1. It also makes carbon dioxide, but I'm pretty sure we're voiding gases in the blast furnace, so that's fine. Big issues to carbon. Maybe it's worth it. We can get carbon. We've been generating plenty of carbon. And we can get it out of the charcoal. I'm going to sleep and then leap out of here. Doot, 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 doot. Hi. Bye. Ooh, new shoes. Fire protection, protection 1. Haste protection. Haste? Wait, like haste? Hold on. How haste are these? I can't tell. Maybe it's just like haste, walk faster, haste. But what if it's haste? Pretty cool if it's haste. Alright, we're definitely going to need to allocate some barrels for this. But I'm willing to just production line it. Away! Come on, updraft me. Did not updraft me. And we're back. We've arrived. No! I could do this. I could... Okay, well, I worry about this maybe not being enough people. We got the steam. This is 2.4. Yeah, this should be fine. Even if I go there. Okay. I don't normally do this, as you are aware. But I think I am going to put the full bulk production line process in place to turn my great amount of cassiterite sand ore into the dust. And I shall do that via my 3-step process. First, though... Wrong box. First, though... Put away this and return to the hazmat suit. Good. Still got some more cobblestone clogging up the works. Take out the rotten flesh. I know I could use it for minced meat, but I'm not gonna. Because I don't feel like it. I need to effectively swap out the cassiterite sand with the everything else. And that is a success. Save 1. Back into the deep well. There we are. That's in case we literally run out of tin in the universe and we need to ore find some more. Means we don't have to start from scratch. Next up, take this barrel. Put all of it in there. There for now. Okay, here's the tricky bit. Question is, do we have enough? I don't know. We'll see what we can do. 8, 7, 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So, in theory, physically right there. Do we have the steam for that? Yes, we do. This is going to work. Any more extra steam? No, but we don't need it. What I do need is my wrench. I'll take the wire cutters as well, because they're a general useful utility. From here, I will also need another conveyor belt. Yes. I could use a hopper. I will not be using a hopper. I will use a conveyor belt. Okay. Boop. Boop. Oh, I'm gonna need another tin then. The domino of requirements is continuing to rise. But I had spare tin. I had spare tin because I didn't need all the rotor. Just the one, please. I'll take both. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 through 9. Okay. Here's the plan. Take that, take that. Up we go. Put this here. This here. Not the alloy smelter. What am I doing? This one. There you are. And bonk. Exhaust will be here. Input will be here. Oop. So it should go into here, macerates, comes out here, gets forged hammers, will come out here, go into the centrifuge, enters that bucket. As mostly cassiterite sand, but a little bit of tin dust. And now it's just a matter of doing this. Another matter is making sure we have enough space, so clear out this chest. And we know it's going to multiply by 4, so a double chest would fit it. I'd much prefer to use a iron chest for easy transport as one complete unit. And my plan for that is to do this. Seems correct. Anyway, move that there. I can't simply use a barrel because there will be 2 outputs. Though I could use a pipe into 2 barrels, but I'm out of pipe. And that works as well. Right, and then we need the conveyor belt. Nope. Incorrect. Okay, so it seems like it won't let it go on the steam machine itself, so I'm going to put it on the pipe and set the pipe to import mode. Which does work. We've cheated the system. They're going to go over here, they're going to be centrifuged up, and everything should be good. I don't know what the bottleneck on this will be. It'll probably be the centrifuge. What I do want to know is if we're holding steady on the amount of steam. Forge hammer doesn't take much. I was a little afraid that it would be working off of alloy smelter logic, but it seems like we're good. And it is filling up. And creosote left over, kind of, sorta. Temperature has risen to 1,000. I think we're good. I sleep. So this is the first time we've set up a logistics line that just does stuff with no further input. Yeah, it does seem like the centrifuge is going to be our bottleneck. That's okay, though. These are smart enough to know when they're backed up, and it will run through eventually. Oh yeah, hydrogen. Give me my cells. I'll be taking that. There you are. Meanwhile, check the clean room. It's been 15 minutes, and we are at full efficiency. Splendid, splendid, splendid. That means we can make circuits again. Working. So that's tin solved. Let's solve something else. Oh yeah, that was like our old... I think that was like our emergency... Something weird got in the system chest. I accidentally dropped a cell in there. Funny time. As for here, I think what I'm going to do is simply move the compressor here. Let it take the place so that I can use this pipe to be the dedicated alloy smelter line. And we need to rotate this one to the correct facing so that I can do that. There. Now all steam machines should be back in proper working order, though we got some logistics with nowhere to go. Good stuff. Very good stuff. That's already a stack. The one inconvenience is, of course, that we need to smelt these in order to turn them into tin for use in fluid extractors and all the other stuff. $80 is unacceptable. 6 seconds would be fine. But we need half the carbon. And yeah, we got a lot of carbon sourcing, but not that much. Most of our carbon right now comes from the blast furnace over here. Processing, which is about to expire. Problem restocking all of these. However, we are running out of the literal iron. So let's get some more of the literal iron. I mentioned that iron, copper, and tin are the sort of trinity of material that we actively use all the time. But it's really copper and tin. Iron has fallen to the wayside. And I'm referring to like iron, not steel iron. Steel iron we use plenty of. It's like the material in low voltage technology. Steel is used as the building component of high voltage stuff. So it's still very relevant. But not in iron form. Closest we get is iron dusts being mixed into some other materials to make some fancy alloying thing. Oh, that's full. Can I do something with the cactus coke? I can coke oven it with steam to make wood gas or wood tar. I can compress it in the cactus coke, or I can use it for what I've been doing this whole time. What about you? I can compress it even further. That's spooky. These are all low voltage? I feel like there's gotta be some achievement out there for hyper compressed something. Let's find it. Let's see here. Not what I meant. A lot of stuff in the space races. Responding to the word compressed. Probably compressor for compressed air there. I'm taking this moment of peace to just sort of look at the quests. We've gone quite far. We haven't done much in high voltage, but this advanced circuit assembler tech has opened the door to good circuitry everywhere else. That's already like the big benefit we've gotten. Further technological advancement will require... Well, if we want to do the space stuff in the space stuff tab, which is that one, we're going to need a lot. Like, this is a whole ordeal, and I don't think the intermediate technologies will help us that much. It's really just put it all together, make your dang rocket, go to dang moon. Where's the part where we go to the rocket to the moon? Here's rocket fuel. I think this is space transportation technology in general. So maybe I don't have to worry about doing the entire thing, because... Like, what's a rocket tier 2 need? Stuff. Okay, so this must be the cutoff. Oh. Okay, those with coal, glowstone, gas tier, and an eye of ender. And go to the moon. Then get moon, toughened dirt, and rock. So this is the moment. This is the moment we're in space. Frankly, it's not that far. It's you make the workbench, probably scatter to the winds to do all of these particular technologies, and then you converge on the rocket. Then you go to the moon and figure out if you're prepared. They are. Going to the moon is apparently a big risk. I am worried. I'll take these steel out. Anyway, these have been running... Well, they stopped running. And they stopped running because you're full. Makes sense to me, but look at all of that technically tin we have already. Lovely. Well, we solved the problem. Let's solve another. As we move towards more chemical processes to make materials from the combination of other materials, as well as just advanced temperature manipulation for things like the blast furnace, we are going to need to have a source of fluids and fluid-based product. You can see here, and here, and here, we have need for hydrogen, and you can see from there we have a need for oxygen. And here. So I would like to make a dedicated oxygen and hydrogen production plant. In principle, this is a very simple thing. All we need to do is electrolyze a bunch of water. So the question is, how fast do we want this to work for us? Using one low voltage electrolyzer, we can make one cell of water every 100 seconds. That's not very fast. It is often the case that we can do things at medium voltage power supply. So if we dedicate one medium voltage gas turbine to this, then it should be the case that we can get away with 4 electrolyzers, reducing the average time for one oxygen down to 25 seconds. That's still not very fast. And in truth, we have better sources of oxygen. They're imperfect solutions, but they are solutions. After all, our ashes are being centrifuged this whole time and is about to fill... that's not good. At least in terms of raw oxygen, we should be processing this stuff. Potash, magnesia, quicklime, the banded iron. Soda ash, too, that's just free salt. All of these would just give us the oxygen. And I think most of these we can process at low voltage electrolyzer. There might be one that's medium voltage. I forget which. It's the soda ash. Free carbon, though. Still. The amount of oxygen contained within all of this is immense. May want to invest in super tank. 4,000. That seems like enough, maybe. Okay, a medium voltage pump we can do. 4 LV circuits we already have. Aluminum plate, easy. Hermetic casing 1 is just steel all around a large plastic fluid pipe. Easy, 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 easy. The pulsating iron is the tricky bit. We can cook it, it's just that, can we mix it? It's iron, it's ender pearl dust, and it's redstone alloy. Redstone alloy is the superconductor, yeah? Right, and the problem was coal dust. Which ironically is not something we have a good supply of. This gives us 3. How much do we need? Really just 1. Okay, let's make some pulsating iron then. We also may want redstone alloy in general because it's the superconductor at low voltage. So redstone, raw silicon, and coal dust. I'm going to dedicate all the coal I have left to this. We may need to get some coal. It is as much a material as anything else we have. Can we forge hammer this directly? No, that would make mini coal. We want the dust. If I do macerate it, what happens? It's 1-to-1, so can I just use a mortar instead? Yes, I can. I'd rather use a mortar instead. Just because the macerator's busy with, like, a mission-critical task. High voltage, still using a mortar. Okay, then 2 redstone, and I believe 2 raw silicon. So this is the use for keeping raw silicon around. Put that all in there. Let me guess, circuit setting 2. And then for this, we need the iron and ender pearl dust. Well, that's going to be contingent on our inventory of ender pearls, of which we have none. This is an ender pearl plate. If I macerate it, do I get the dust? Yes. Okay, this one's going to require a manual intervention for a second. Come on. I give up. Just destroy the hopper. Okay, there it is. Now we need the 4 iron, and I'm doing it 4 because I'm pretty sure that's how much redstone alloy we've gotten out of this. 6! We got 6. Oops. Oop, oop. Okay, reconnect you. Put in this as much as I can put in. And then I could replace the hopper. Let it go back to operating. And I will. Okay, mixture for... Okay. Mixture for pulsating is... Oh, this is my opportunity. There, clean inventory. Now, back to pulsating. It is a mixture again at circuit setting 2. 6, 6, and 6. Very good. If we're going into the superconductor business, we're gonna have to do a mining expedition for coal. It's something I usually think about. So the reason we did this is because we wanted one pulsating iron plate for the soup tank. But I see no reason why we can't just smelt all of these. Oh, blast furnace probably. Yes! And it is probably consuming oxygen as I speak. So I will help restock it. Circuit setting 11 does that, you see. $40 seconds each ain't that bad. A little bit of a wait, but I'm fine with it. Nothing hot, nothing out of the ordinary. We'll just take this and bend. Bend. Cool, there's the plate. Prepare the 2 aluminum plates. We're going to need the 4 circuits, which I'm pretty sure are in the clean room. Bend. Perhaps I should make another for the benzene. Could be good. Maybe I just make super tanks for everything. Who knows? Speaking of everything. I don't have a large pipe mold, so I'm gonna have to do this via manual construction with this. The old hammer and wrench trick. Going back up here because I have no hammer. I have a hammer. Okay, not the normal place I do this kind of work, but it'll work. Ah, wrench, not pickaxe. There we are. Hermetic casing. For this, let's just set up the recipe. You go in there, you go in there, you go in there. I'll just take those circuits. Final wrinkle is the pump, which is not hard to make, it's just hard to make. And like a mental process, because it's like tedium and stuff. Yeah, it's bronze road. Do we have bronze anymore? I feel like it's been a while since we've had bronze. Also, is it a blood moon or is it just sunset? Time to find out. Yep, code red. We already have a motor, which is a convenient bonus. Question is, do we have bronze? Not nearly enough. Thought we'd take some of this. I forget if you can use cassiterite sand instead of tin for this. You can. Means this must be smelted. Or I could use the tin dust we've been getting as a bonus. I prefer to get this running now, so that when I go to the bunker, things are happening even in my absence. Okay, to the bunker. Blood Moon Day. Found the bunker. Well, I guess we have a moment to talk. How are you all doing? I'm doing alright. The past few weeks I've been doing the Light Clockwork achievement for Twitch, where you stream for 25 days out of the past 30 days. And I didn't realize how much it would, like, take out of me. Because I was unrelatedly on a roll streaming, and then I was like, hey, I'm going to go for the achievement by just being on a roll for slightly longer. But then it happened, and then I suddenly collapsed, metaphorically. And, you know, I only streamed like once last week, and it was just to do Greg. And then there was the Rubicon Fight Club stuff, and now I'm back again with another stream. Wild how that worked. I think I'm also falling into a bad, like, mental model of streaming, because the two things that I were the things that I primarily streamed for a while was Greg and Blueprints. And Blueprints is running out of, like, leads and momentum, where I am just entering into like an infinite post game. And I mean, Greg's just trugging along, but it's a big mental effort to sort of plan and scheme and have focus for these things. So I'd like to slow it down a little bit. But what this means is I've gone from having these things being the two things I consistently stream to very much not being the things I consistently stream. And nothing has really filled in its space yet. PlanetSide 2 is, I mean, it used to be the thing that I just streamed casually. But with the server migration and the upcoming Infiltrator rework that I'm irresponsibly waiting on, I have fallen out of the habit of playing it. Armored Core, I no longer have the Arena Royale to coast on a simple thing, and I don't have the rank resets to put me back into low A. I'm sitting on the promotion phase into S rank being like, oh no, if I do an Armored Core ranked stream, I'm just gonna be sitting there in S rank having an unpleasant time because people in S rank are tough and scary. And then there's Scenic Route, which is just, I don't know, I feel Scenic Route is a series that I feel consistently throughout have felt insecure about. Like, what if everyone doesn't like it? What if it's boring? Ironically, it's the series that acted as my resume for befriending Acela. So maybe I just have weird concerns. I'm at a point where, like, the choice of what stream to stream on any given day is difficult, and it feels like, despite having many perspective options, I have no options. I need to fix that. I need to do another session of lowering my standards. Accepting that, hey, maybe a stream will be bad. So what? Get over it. That's tough to do. That's tough to do, because I've tried very much to have a very solid, consistent, reliable, just solid foundation of it being good. And I am afraid of abandoning that. It leads to deep philosophical questions like, why do I stream, and what do people value in my streams? Because for the longest time, I've leaned on the game. I am a presenter of the game. I am a vessel for gameplay to occur, and people are here to watch the game happen and it be cool and nice. Not necessarily that I am here for high skill, but I am here to show off the game. Like PlanetSide 2, the general vibe of combat, the splendor and beauty of its environment subtly. Armored Core, it was a new-ish game at the time, and people probably wanted to see a person playing it. I enjoy watching other people play Armored Core for the first time. Unfortunately, I can no longer play it for the first time because I've already played it for the first time. It would not be the first time if I played it. But I think if I ever want to, like, be free, just be myself to the most perfect degree, it can't be primarily about the game. Sure, people are going to prefer some games over the others, and that might be the balking point for whether they decide to watch a stream of mine or not, but ultimately the thing I bring to the table is the fact that I'm here. There's me. I have a personality. I am capable of socializing and gaining rapport with people. I can't have my entire stream career focused on the games, because if the games end, then the careers end. It's gotta be about me, so that the streams happen because I happen, because I'm the happening thing. Stream philosophy is a tricky subject, huh? Well, either way, the blood moon's over, and we can return to the upper echelons of society, where our tin has been smelted. Our bronze has been forged. And we can make some dang rotor for our dang pump. Could be a rotor screw, steel fluid pipe. That's another thing we can do. I accidentally made 2 because I keep forgetting that 6 ingots makes 2 pipe. I'm not going to complain about that mistake because I benefit from it. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put that in there. We want a rotor. And a screw. And then the rest can go into our molten bronze bucket. Oh, that's putting it down. I gotta pick it up. Okay, rotor screw check. We now need the ring of rubber. 2 of them. We have the medium voltage motor. Is there anything else I'm missing? I'm probably gonna need 1 or 2 copper cable. I'm gonna take a gamble and just say 1. Because I think I made that mistake in the past and took 2. Because I was thinking of the motor recipe. So this is no circuit setting. Okay. Steel fluid pipe, motor, rotor, screw, cable, ring. That's a pump. Go over here, make our super tank. And that's a quest. Which quest is it? Tier 2, I would guess, being a medium voltage motor. This tank works the same as the smaller GT tanks, but holds way more! Specifically, 4 million liters. Only make this for things you need tons of. LV circuits are expensive after all. Not for long. Now, you can store the same amount of fluids a steel 5x5 railcraft tank contains in a single block. A lot of nice functionality has been added to super and quantum tanks. You can now pick them up with a wrench without voiding the fluids. Super tanks, but not quantum, will give you heavy debuffs though, so better prepare some milk. If you actually want to void the fluids, you can crouch while using the wrench. Okay. So here's my plan. I'm going to make this the new oxygen tank. And the way to do that is to do that. Then put a pump here. This will get filled with oxygen. Ooh. Fluid auto output, lock fluid mode. Input fluid from output side. Overflow voiding and void full. Oh, so you got some features on this thing. Guess that's why you needed the circuits. So lock fluid is phenomenal. It means that if we have like a general world of thing, we can actually make a fluid sorter. With lock fluid combined with void excess, we can make just a line of super tanks. All fluids pumped into it awkwardly and haphazardly, though we may want to avoid doing that. And then boom, it'll all be sorted into their individual tanks. That pump's gonna be a while. Yeah. Free output, so we don't even need a pump to extract stuff. That's a nice improvement. So that'll hold all our oxygen. We will probably want to make more super tanks in the future. I like them. They don't even need dark steel. So the problem with dark steel was also that you needed coal, I think. Speaking of which, we got some room. Let's say we find some coal. There's a coal vein. There's a coal vein. Right over there. Let's get some coal. I don't think we need a lot. We're not making industrial levels of dark steel or anything. But I think there's a material value to having a coal instead of no coal. I think you'll find if you do the numbers, you will agree with me. Oh, this is going to be a tough one to actually access. Coal's in the middle of the lake. And I don't know if I have any blocks for cutting through the water. Oh. this is gonna be a little tricky. I don't have any building blocks here. Do I have any building blocks here? No. I think I should get some. Nothing too fancy. Let's just do some minor landscaping. Might be enough. Be at least enough to mark our entry point. Here's the center right here. So this needs to be cleared. We're going to need more. And that's okay. That is definitely okay. In fact, I could maybe dig into the ground a bit and just use the cobalt hammer on some block of stone. There's a gold vein here. Did I ever excavate? Yes, I did. This is our in to getting some building blocks. Small magnetite ore. That's probably how I successfully identified this. Now that'll be enough. So I'm going to make a 5x5 cylinder entering into the coal zone. Thought process is, even if the walls are ice already, we want to make sure that they're not going to melt and flood the whole thing. So in you go. You're the center. You're the center. So for better visual identification, I'm doing that. You might be thinking, exception, you have failed your math. This is nowhere near enough. You fool. That's okay. Because we are going to be recycling. Because as we descend, as we carve out, it suddenly becomes enough. Said we need to make sure that the center point, which is here, is suitably excavated. I guess this won't be perfectly symmetrical, but that's okay. I'll just light up this sector here just to denote, hey, this is a location of interest. Here's the center. And we proceed. We're corkscrewing in a direction I don't usually corkscrew in. Usually I do it descending clockwise. This is descending counterclockwise. Oh. Right, it's nighttime, so it's getting dark anyway. Sleep. Thank you for nap. We should be safely below the water now, especially with this being dirt and not gravel. Question is, how far down do we have to go to find coal? Oh. There it is. Oh, there he is. I guess the coal... Block that for a second. Okay, so there's a lava basin over here, and we appear to be digging into a cave. Gonna dig out this way so we can start getting the coal. Immediately gotta do some inventory management. We're not gonna be getting a lot of coal in this adventure, but we are gonna be getting coal on this adventure. Oh. Good stuff. So raw coal ore. It gives us 4. It gives us 4. So this will be plenty of coal for a long while. Actually, hold on. If we do this, it doesn't become coal. It becomes coal dust. But that's actually fine for our purposes, because the reason we want coal is not for it being coal, but for it being a ingredient in mixing to make alloys and stuff. So it's already going to be in dust form. That's fine. Time for some advanced inventory management. Could have done some extra work cleaning it out, but for what we're doing right here, the tiny amount of coal I'm gaining is all we needed, all we wanted. Oh ho ho! I am not dealing with this. Goodbye. Another problem solved by putting a wall in front of it. Okay, at least 3 stacks of coal, which shall translate into 12 stacks of coal dust. I think this is plenty of coal for any type of advanced dark alloyed material in the future. We could even properly get into the superconductor business. Make the redstone alloy, use that redstone alloy to connect wires instead of using tin all the time. Could be beneficial, because then we don't have to worry about voltage drop. Which has been constricting some of our builds for a bit. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Back at the factory. Looking good in the steam department. How's processing? Okay. Oh, it's empty. Next exciting. What's the material process for this? We macerate it. We get crushed coal. We get impure pile. Then we get coal with a possibility of lignite coal. I don't really know the benefit of lignite coal. It's used like coal. Can we do some chemical process to... We can electrolyze it into carbon dust at a 4:3 ratio. Also gives us water. But aside from that, it appears to mostly just be a coal dust alternative resource. So let's put it in here. Moment the cassiterite's done, it'll swap over to coal. In fact, it may even infect the system early, but I doubt it considering the way hoppers work. Very good. I don't know where to put this mushroom. I need a place reasonably dark, but I'm trying to make places not dark at all. Maybe like deep in this cave somewhere. There might be a corner that's dark enough. There we are. Botanical relocation. Is it botany if it's a mushroom? I don't know a lot about botany, so I don't know the answer. Well, ignoring my newly ruined inventory, things looking good here. Put the stone dust away at least. And these are ores. Regardless of my opinions on whether we should be electrolyzing oxygen or not, we do need more electrolyzers. I ransacked our low voltage one in order to power the sodium persulfate thing. And whether we're doing water electrolysis or something else, we will need electrolyzers for it. Like for the quick lime and stuff. Yeah, the oxygen. How empty is this now? Fully. Great, where's my crowbar? There it is. That off, take that. Good, you are locked to oxygen. I now pick you up. Oh my goodness, it gives me a hunger while I'm holding it? That's catastrophically bad. Okay, remind me not to hold that often. But yeah, let's make like 1 or 2 electrolyzers just to have ready to go. We definitely need to burn through this backlog. Okay, so things we need for that. Let's check the backpack, see what we got. We are gonna need... I wasn't certain, but I think I'm gonna go for 4. Then those... Don't know exactly how many of these we're gonna need, so I'll just wire mill them all. Meanwhile, we're gonna need some gold wire for this. Not even cable. Happy to see that this is... Huh? Oh, I'm a fool. This has been off for a while then. I know exactly why that happened. Because I didn't want the... I temporarily swapped this to centrifuging something else, and I didn't want them going into the pipe, so I did that, but I never undid that. Oops. When do you think we're gonna need to make a second reservoir? Like, just 1 bucket a second isn't enough anymore. Starting to genuinely consider making electric furnaces. Okay, future self, remember to not put these in the cableizer. They stay as wires. Alright, let's prepare the electrolyzer recipe. Gold wire, we got the glass, we've got the cable. All we need now is the wire and the circuits. The wire is ready, let's get those circuits. I hope that the next era of LV stack, I forgot the acronym, happens soon, and happens in the form of the microprocessor or whatever it's called. Alrighty. Electrolyzer secured. for our general convenience, we can put this one back on its post here. And I suppose for lack of any other processing, we could be doing... Let's just dump some banded iron in there. Feel less stacks to worry about. Marginal amount of oxygen. You can pick it up, move it over to the super tank. Let's pull it fast, I have an idea. There we go. It's a little bit of an intermediate measure, but it'll do. And that's more iron dust. Dust specifically good, and I won't turn it into steel because it will be useful for making a lot of the fancy steel alloys. They do take iron dust in a mixer. How you holding up? You're full, basically. Or are you holding up? You're full, basically, and you're empty, basically. The hopes of our past have come to fruition. These translocators are now useless. In that assignment. They are useful elsewhere. But now they can be allocated to that. And we have 5 of them. Maybe it's just like a temporary convenience. We expand out this wall, put an electrolyzer here, because it's not using all the power from both all the time. How's about we just do a little bit of this? Expand this walkway so it's still serviceable to a random passersby. That includes basically just myself and nobody else, because it's a single-player world. And then we can put some... Okay, I'll put some pipe work in for this one. For this one, I think it's worth it. You got any spare? No. That's okay. We're probably getting full on polyethylene here anyway. Wait for the craft. Check. Why'd they have to make, like, a big thunderstorm noise, or instead of just being, like, not having any interaction work at all? How many more will I need? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's get a handful. Actually... Up facing, now it's facing down. Then we get some barreling. I'm barreling. In here. Yes. Pick this up, put this here. We've stalled for plenty of time for this to have made enough pipe. Good. Good. Alright, so we're at 156. We can go up to 4,000. And I think we are going to have a good supply of oxygen for the near future. Half of that is gonna be... Can I rotate this for my own viewing pleasure, please? 24. 24. Many more on the way. Actually... Okay, based on a quick math I did, that should fill up the oxygen tank to 1/4. 25% full. Just through the quick line. That's not even to mention the banded iron we're processing as well. We're really starting to make good use of all the materials in our factory. And this is expanding into being a pretty good source of infinite resources just off of making logs. Like, think about it. This setup right here already is making infinite benzene for our fuel, infinite polyethylene for many structural components, infinite ethylene, which could be used for some chemical process to make PVC or something, infinite ash, which is then being converted into infinite magnesium, infinite calcium, infinite potassium, infinite sodium, infinite carbon, infinite phosphorus, infinite iron, and infinite oxygen. That's a lot for some tree. And all of this backlog from all of the benzene we've created so far is now being converted into a true realized form. It's already a stack through. 30 stacks to go. Well, this is just filling up. happy about this. Now, in terms of hydrogen, we can take the limonite method, though we are burning through it quite fast. Are there any other good sources of hydrogen out there that I haven't considered? Chemical reactors, sodium hydroxide, nickel alumide. Water and sodium make sodium hydroxide and hydrogen. Can then be made into sodium formulate, or electrolyzed into more hydrogen and oxygen. Or centrifuged into wacky stuff. Like gallium? Oh. This. Yeah, okay. There's a process going on there. Let's see here. Sodium hydroxide. Glycerol, olenite. Let's go from the low end. Anthenade, fluorensite, gardite. Electrolyzed water. 1.5 seconds. To electrolyze it takes 73, so it's a two-step process that makes it a little faster, I guess. Calcium hydride, don't have that. Sodium bisulfate. I'm already doing that. HCl is already chemical process. Salt water. How do I get salt water? Actually electrolyzes quite fast. HCl again. Water, 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 water. Distilling it provides no benefit, but you probably have distilled water as a product from some other process. So maybe it's just around. We've got ammonia, methane. You know, that's kind of tempting because I remember seeing methane as a byproduct of, what was it, wood gas? Yeah. In the distillation tower. So I'm thinking maybe we can get this distillation tower. High voltage power, though. We can manage. We get the distillation tower, we distill wood gas, we get methane, we electrolyze it, we get carbon and hydrogen. We can electrolyze a lot of these, actually, and there's hydrogen innately. What's the wood tar equivalent distilled in the tower? Creosote, phenol, methylbenzene, toluene, and benzene. Can we electrolyze it? We can. I don't see why they couldn't have made a recipe that just, like, puts it in the fluid so you don't need all these cells. But maybe it's because you'll have an empty cell anyway. May as well use it for something, I guess. So if we get toluene from this, we could electrolyze that as a byproduct of the benzene tower. Creosote, I guess we could distill into lubricant. You get much better ratio in a distillation tower of its own. I don't know. Maybe we'll just super tank it and void the excess. Or put it in the boiler. So, wood tar distillation tower, we get the same benzene as normal. Toluene, which we can turn into hydrogen and carbon. The dimethyl benzene, we can probably do the same. Yes. Phenol, same deal, but also oxygen. And the creosote for the boilers. Alternatively, we could use the toluene for power. Secondary supplemental line to the benzene line. Either way, I'm looking at the distillation tower and I'm seeing the benefits of having that and doing that. And it's just about at the level we can do. We have some workstations. High voltage pump, it's just sort of the everything else part of it. Stainless steel pipe, a lot of stainless steel, high voltage pump. No thank you. That's the wrong one. You. And then you make it taller. Okay. $18. It goes up by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which suggests to me that it is hollow. Wow, you can go high with this thing. But it seems like practically you can only go up to 10. Okay. And each of these will be the individual output sorted probably from 0 to whatever. Makes sense. Clean stainless steel machine. Okay, so let's assume something like, I don't know, it's just one extra hatch, but this is... We're going to need a lot of stainless steel. But I think that is a good next technological goal. A distillation tower to help improve our benzene processing. And heck, what's a good use for distillery here? From diluted sulfuric acid, we can make sulfuric acid and water. And if we're getting water out of this, can't we go backwards? Put water back in. Interesting. Probably a better ratio regardless. How you holding up? Very good, very good. How you holding up? Half and half? Everything proceeding. I think I'm good for today, I think. Just a solid max actual expected stream duration, middle of the road for actual Greg. But yeah, we've done some good, general, productive, continuing work on the factory. Big changes is the pre-stream fix to this, get the creosote running good. We've gotten a whole lot of tin. We've bulk produced a few electrolyzers. We've made a super tank and are going into proper fluid factory stuff. We've swapped out the old tech with sodium persulfate tech, which should save us on chlorine requirements. Outside of that, I think it was business as usual. Seems good. Look at this thing. Half 5,000. No, 500. Yes. We could upgrade the benzene to a super tank. Honestly, I got a little bit of super tank fever. We could just make a lot of super tanks. But priority one is making sure we can still do stuff. The microprocessor is what we'll need. Because with the microprocessor, we will have plentiful access to our low voltage circuits. And it'll usher in the next era of the EC stack. It won't even be electronic circuits, it'll be microprocessors, but they will be LV circuits. Soon we'll be making stacks of these like it's no business. But yeah, we've done good material processing. We might need to do a collection of bulk machining. Like making a lot of circuits, making a lot of motors or pumps or something. Because we're entering into an era of logistics and we want to make more things constantly. Upward progress has slowed. We are moving wide. Getting all the materials we need. How's the quick climb going? We were at like 30 stacks earlier, we're at 21. 5 and a bit stacks. And we still need to reload it. Wild, wild times in the factory lands. But yeah, right now it's just process stuff. Keep on going. Next time, probably more doing that and doing other fun, cool activities and shenanigans as well. Yep. Sorry, I just received like a DM and I was worried that like they were being like, wait, don't end the stream or do something, the thing's occurring. But no, it was fine. I just forgot to turn off streamer mode. All is well. All is good. Get ourselves a nice bit of perspective on the tin situation. So yeah, we're going into the AFK portion that can happen off stream. Just process all the tin, process all the coal, have a lot of tin, have a lot of coal, process a lot more of the banded iron and quicklime, get a lot of oxygen, and then we can proceed to making super tanks for everything else and just having full fluid storage for a lot of things. And from there we can pipe it, spike it, and win. I'm Exception, this isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.